our host for this evening's festivities, Mr. Peter Evans. Here he is.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. We're excited to have this event, and we hope that everyone enjoys themselves. It's a lovely place. We planned the weather to be perfect, and without further ado, we're going to start having the inductees come down the stairs. Okay? Thank you.
In this order.
Okay. And the first inductee is an Emmy. Our first awardee, an Emmy awarding winning sports television producer from the Lee class of '79, Peter Cavalier. The next person, a teacher, head football coach at Lee, a noted sports official, John Buddy Chernovetz. A two-time All-State basketball player, his school's all-time leader in points and rebounds from the career class of 2004, Geary Claxton. A standout basketball player at Lee who graduated from Harvard as their all-time leading scorer from the Lee class of 1978, Donald Fleming. A nationally known entertainment promoter who spent 30 years.
He's not ready yet. Where's Hollywood? Gary. Yeah, give him Gary instead. Hollywood's not ready yet.
Okay. A veteran teacher and administrator who now serves as the superintendent of Hamden Public Schools from the Lee class of '83, Gary Highsmith. An educator in the New Haven Public Schools, noted author in education, and a current member of the New Haven Board of Education, Dr. Edward Joyner. An award-winning attorney who serves the public with the National Association of Attorney Generals from the career class of '92, Jeanette Manning. A beloved teacher teacher and administrator in New Haven and Westbrook Public Schools, Carmen Marottolo. A decorated corrections officer who currently serves as a youth coordinator in the New Haven Public Schools from the Lee class of 1980, Cedric Say Hey Robinson. A credentialed minister with over 3 decades of experience in helping people rejoin the workforce from the Lee class of 78, Caleb Rodriguez. That's not Natasha, that's David Wessel.
Oh, so where's Natasha?
She's up there next. A noted economics author who has shared in 2 Pulitzer Prizes from the Lee class of 71, David Wessel.
Charles.
I know.
Charles.
The inaugural principal of Career High School, who spent 50 years in the New Haven Public Schools, Charles Williams. One of the best track and field athletes to come out of New Haven or anywhere in the country. She was named the top female track athlete in the state her senior year. From the career class of 2005, Natasha Joyner Harvey. An innovative special education teacher in multiple schools in New Haven and Hamden from the Lee class of 69, Melanie Stein Wolf. And last but not least, a nationally known entertainment promoter who spent 30 years as assistant basketball coach at Hill House, also working in the security business. From the League class of 82, Paul Hollywood Henderson.
know the name is Hollywood, you know the name is Hollywood. I wouldn't change it if I could. I wouldn't change it if I could.
Well, welcome to all our inductees and all the guests this afternoon for the Lee Career High School's Hall of Fame. We're so happy to have all of you here. On behalf of the Hall of Fame committee, we are so happy to welcome you all to this event. Today, we will honor 15 individuals who have made their marks in a wide range of endeavors, in sports, in education, in serving the public, and in the legal profession. Regardless of their successes, one thing remains constant for all tonight's inductees. They all proudly recognize that Richard C. Lee High School or Hill Regional Career High School played in their lives. While Lee High School no longer exists, the spirit, the energy, and community continues through Career High School, with purple as the main school color and many children and grandchildren of Lee High students attending Career High. We want to be respectful of everyone's time today, so we will keep things moving. We ask that if you are eating while the ceremony is in progress, that you keep your conversations to a minimum. Our inductees' accomplishments are impressive, so we encourage you to read about each of their bios in the ad book. We have been really fortunate that we have such a tremendous backing with all our ads, etc. Our inductees' accomplishments are impressive, so please read their biographies in the event program to get the best understanding of how they have earned this honor. And now we will have the invocation, followed by a moment of silence for those in the Lee Career community who are no longer with us. The invocation will be given by Dr. Charles Williams.
Good afternoon. It is just such a marvelous atmosphere to be here among so many people who have a deep, founded love for Richard C. Lee and Hill Regional Career High School. You don't find that everywhere, and it is especially special today because it's happening in a time of true turbulence. Without going into a speech, I just want to say thank you. Thank you all for taking away from your schedules to come and to join with us, because it is truly a family reunion, and we're glad. And so we ask now that on this auspicious occasion, that there be smiles everywhere, that there be heartfelt gladness, that there be friendships rekindled, and that there be a genuine need for us to exemplify what has been still instilled in us years ago. And I'm reminded of the words of Micah. I charge each and every one of you to walk justly. We ask and pray now that you all seek mercy and that you walk in the attendance of doing what's required of your God. This we ask today. Amen.
Thank you. Charles is a special person. We started working together at Lee High School, and then I carried him on to Career High School. At this time, I'd like to ask any of our previous Hall of Fame inductees who are here today to stand and be recognized. Thanks for joining us and welcoming the new members of the Lee Career Hall of Fame. Rick Cologne, Heidi Gold Dworkin, Dr. Ronnie Deleuze, Marcella Monk Flake, Larry Kelly, Shirley Williams, Leroy Williams, Vanessa Roberts Avery, John Courtmanch, Mike Eisenberg, and Supreme Court Justice Luby Harper. Is he here? Okay. On this day, as we all know, it's September 14th, we'd like to have a moment of silence for that tragic day of September 11th. And if you open your ad book to the second page, a salute and a quiet prayer to our patron saint for all of Lee High School, Mr. Robert Schreck. The Lee Career Hall of Fame could not exist without very generous sponsors. We'd like to recognize our bronze sponsors, Piece of Pizza and Brewery of Chicago, and the Deck Group, our silver sponsor, Yale University, and our gold sponsor, Duncan. Thanks so much. Duncan and Lee High School had an important relationship starting in the late 1970s when some enterprising students started reselling fresh donuts in the teacher's lounge every morning to raise money for the yearbook. We are thrilled to have that relationship continue so many years later, as you see the Duncan sponsor all at every table. At this time, we'd like to introduce the Chief Operating Officer of Duncan, Rick Cologne, from the Lee High class of 1979, who was inducted into the Hall of Fame in 2022.
Good afternoon. It's great to be back here again. I had dinner with Stu Katz last night, and he was thanking me profusely for us being the title sponsor, us being Duncan, and then he quickly said, "You have 2 minutes." So I'm doing the math of what this is costing me per minute, but well worth it because I couldn't think of a better organization and right the partnership. So I want to do 3 things. The first one is congratulations not only to the inductees of this year, but to your families and your friends and the educators that came across your life, because I know from my own personal experience, without the family, your close friends, and the educators that touched all of us, we would not be who we are today. So congratulations to all the inductees. The second piece is Duncan continues to just be thrilled with Lee. Mr. Williams touched on this. I worked in corporate America my whole life. I moved 8 times. I lived in every time zone at least twice. I highly don't recommend it. But what he said is right. The pride and the spirit that this school has, this institution has, institutions that are currently open don't even come close to touching it. Not even close. You want me up here preaching? I hear it. But it's because of the volunteers behind the scenes. We are here and we show up, including myself for today, while many folks are working behind the scenes all year long to plan this event, to execute the event, to keep the Facebook and the social media alive. So a big hand and round of applause for all the volunteers that work behind the scenes. And Stu's looking at his watch, so I must be at 1 minute and 50 seconds. The last thing is, I saw Miss Neighbors outside, and as I was walking up, she looked at me. I know I still owe you that biology paper, but I just need a little bit more time. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. But one problem, he didn't come the furthest today. Marty and Mary Cherney flew in from Bradenton, Florida to be at this affair. Our first inductee was a multi-sport athlete at Lee, but his real success in sports came in broadcasting them. He has worked on every major network in the country. He started off at WTNH as an intern and went on to work for ESPN, CBS, NBC, Fox Sports. It's our pleasure to introduce Peter Cavalier.
My dad was a high school teacher for 30-something years, and that's what I thought. Can we,
Okay.
is there any way to just use that one in the stand?
Here.
Okay. Sorry about that. We'll start again. My dad was a high school teacher for 30-something years, Ivy League educated, master's at Wesleyan, taught bio and human physiology. And we couldn't go anywhere in the state of Connecticut without someone running up to him and thanking him for teaching them how to study in college and how to keep a good notebook. So even as a kid, I knew that a good teacher could really mean something to a student. For me, there were 3 teachers at Lee High School. Kevin Kubicek, who did our games on local public access cable, hockey games. And while I was injured, gave me my first shot at actually calling a game on the air. Stan Rice, my high school hockey coach, who is like a second father to me. And also someone we're honoring here today, Buddy Chernovetz, who asked me to speak at an honors night that went horribly wrong. We'll talk about that later. All 3 saw something in me that I had yet to see in myself, and gave me words of encouragement that were the impetus of me getting to college and actually working on the career that I wanted to have in life. I'll never be rich, and it's been feast or famine in my career. I could have been working a Yankees-Red Sox game today, actually. But over the years, I've gotten a chance to do everything I wanted to do. I've traveled all around this country and Canada for the NHL and NBA and ESPN and even overseas. And I've gotten to do the biggest events in the world, like the Olympics and the NBA Finals and the Final Four and the World Series. And I feel very lucky and grateful that I've gotten to do what I really wanted to do in life. So I'd like to thank the committee and the people who voted. I've been joking to my friends that, oh, this is a dubious honor at best. But actually, I'm really proud of our little inner city high school that has turned out millionaire business owners, corporate executives, high-ranking public officials, a Little Emmy winner, an NFL head coach, even a Pulitzer Prize winner. That's pretty impressive for our little school that we all went to. Thank you for this honor, and I appreciate it. Thank you. Is it ticking? Thank you.
Here you are, Peter.
Thank you very much.
Our next honoree has helped the community in a variety of ways.
Thank you.
He's a man of the Lord, as well as trying to help people trying to get back into the workforce. He's a gentleman and a very special young man, Caleb Rodriguez.
Of course, I had to play one of my favorite groups, Earth, Wind & Fire. And don't leave out the emotions. It's such a pleasure to be here today. It's such an honor. I respectfully honor all the inductees today. And I want to say thank you to all of the Lee High School staff who were such motivators. Being the only one from my family who attended Lee High School. My two older brothers attended Eli Whitney, and my younger sister went to Co-op High. And I tried Eli Whitney for 2 weeks. And it wasn't for me. I told my mom and my dad, I said, I got to transfer, and I know exactly what school I want to go to, Richard C. Lee High School. And I must say that it was the best 4 years of my life. It was a great time. Great classmates, teammates on the basketball team, on the cross-country team. Thank you all the faculty members that were so instrumental in being an encouragement to me. Because my first 2 years at Lee were amazing. My last 2 years, I found myself in a time of moral rebellion. Somebody was shaking their head. Yeah, I can remember that. But I thank God that the year after I graduated, the Lord got a hold of my life and changed my life. And I know we're keeping time, and you can't give a preacher a mic with a captive audience. But I have to say thank you to my mother, who's here today, 87 years old. Some of you folks from the neighborhood remember her, Mrs. Rodriguez from Rodriguez Grocery Store on Legion Avenue. And then we moved it to Greenwood and Scranton. And then my father opened up Gilbert Laundromat, the first laundromat that was ever opened by a Latino in New Haven, Connecticut. And I have to give props to my father, who the Lord called him home at such a young age, at 46. But yet, he was such an example. And today I try to exemplify his life, because he was a man of God, he was a man of the community. And I tell everybody, listen, if I could be just half the man that my father was, I'm doing okay. And I think he did a good job raising me. You can give them a hand for that. So before I turn over the mic, I also want to honor my wife, Valerie, who's here today with me as well. She, again, walked with me, and I want to honor my two sons, Caleb and Jacob, who are here as well, and the rest of my family, my immediate family, extended family. But I can't go without saying I must give credit to some of my mentors. Pastor Abraham Marsach, who pastored Star Jacob Christian Church on Howard Avenue. That's where I got my humble beginnings. And now I've been a credentialed minister with Promised Land Church of God in West Haven. And I got a shout out to my bishop, Bishop Kenneth Trawick, and the leadership and the congregation there who have been fantastic. And before I turn it over, I want to say thank you to the Career High School for carrying on the tradition and not allowing, right, the spirit of Lee High School to just drift away. We thank you for carrying the colors, and you're representing us with a lot of pride. God bless you.
And to Caleb, we have a certificate of induction for humanitarian achievement as well as a gift. Thank you, Caleb.
Thank you.
And then the next inductee is a gentleman who only worked at Lee for a year, but we injected him with plenty of community spirit. He's now a vaunted member of the New Haven Board of Education. He's taught for many years before that, and he continues to do a terrific job for all the community. Mr. Ed Joyner.
That's my guy. I wish the country was like this room. And to be completely accurate, it was slightly less than a year that I was there, but Bob Schreck, Luby Harper, Carmen Marottolo, the late Irv Tolles, Ms. Green, they never let me go. And so I was back and forth with the students and the staff. And of course, Tommy Ragazzino ended up leaving Lee and coming to Hill House as my department chair. The beauty of the experience I had at Lee High School was it was the first paid professional job I had in an integrated environment. I was born and raised in a small town in North Carolina called Farmville. It was segregated. I knew nothing other than black and white. I didn't know anybody Italian. I didn't know any Asians. I didn't know any Jewish people. But because I was an avid reader and a person that was greatly concerned about humanity, and because my mother and father taught me that we are all God's children, and an old lady in Mississippi said if God didn't want us together, he wouldn't make the parts fit. I hope you can just think about that a little bit. And so the time I spent at Lee, I'm teaching white, black, brown, gay, straight children. And my childhood experience was poor, descended from slave, black, looked down on. But because I was a history teacher, I understood the significance of E pluribus unum. I understood the teaching of Hillel, who said, if I'm not for myself, who will be for me? If I'm not for others, what am I? And so I was in an environment where everybody looked out for everybody. And an environment where both Charlie Williams and I could be moved to other schools and carry that philosophy with us. And so I can probably say that Brad Chernovetz is my white nephew. And that the Rodriguez sisters were my brown nieces. And that my paisans were my mentors, Eugene Vitale, Red Verderam, Carmen Marottolo, Bob Schreck, Luby Harper, and I had dinner with him a little bit before he passed away. Bill Smith was my father figure. I don't know if I deserve this honor, but I have been honored to be in a community where people are working very hard to make E Pluribus Unum a reality. And so I thank you so much, and I pray that we can spread this message of unity, love, and commitment everywhere we go. So thank you so much.
And to Dr. Edward Joyner on professional achievement, and hopefully you're going to keep doing a great job for the New Haven Board of Education. We salute you. Thank you. And gifts for all our inductees are the courtesy of Duncan Incorporated. And now our next inductee was editor of the school newspaper, Lee High School. And from that, he catapulted over to a tremendous world career with the Wall Street Journal, Boston Globe. He now works with the Brookings Institute. He's one of the top economic writers in the country, Mr. David Wessel.
Thank you very much. In 1971, I was chosen to give the remarks, the student remarks, at my graduation at Wolsey Hall. And believe it or not, I have a copy of those. And I'm going to read you an excerpt because it's amazing to me what they sound like 50 years later. In 4 years at Lee, we wonder whether the books we have studied or the students with whom we have studied are the more important. I suppose I have learned to deal with other people. I have faced those very much like myself and those totally different. We learned from one another, we talked, we argued, we laughed, we fought. It was not always easy when racism and prejudice tore us apart, when the cafeteria erupted in violence, when locked doors and broken windows interfered, when emotions replaced rational thinking. But we continue, and we will be better able to face the difficulties of life in our diverse American society because we went to Lee High School. And we enjoyed the good times when we came together to create athletic teams, publications, concerts, art fairs, fashion shows, and science festivals. If those who decry the fact that American society is so polarized, remember this is 1971, would go through 4 years of Lee High School, then they would learn what polarization is all about and how sometimes it can be overcome. Yet parts of our education were lacking. Our academic and political preparation was not always what it should have been or could have been. Some of us cannot read on grade level, others face college ill-prepared, credit deals will trick some of us, many must face the draft with little understanding of its intricacies. For this, we must all share the blame. Students who did not demand the best, nor work their hardest, those parents who were disinterested, teachers whose primary interest was not always the students, and administrators who became too involved in red tape. Not only them, but others not so directly involved. Taxpayers who did not take an active role in local government. The Board of Education, which was sometimes too distant from the classroom to understand the problems. Elected officials who placed politics above education. Now we graduate. Partly we're prepared for the world, partly we're not. Either way, we're finished with Lee High School, and now we're tuned loose, some to jobs, some to further education, some to war, and some to indecision. Our nation professes a goal to educate all Americans. If we truly want to do this, we must commit ourselves to spend money, time, thought, and energy in experimentation towards the development of new ideas and methods. Our commitment must be more than mere hollow words. It must be a commitment for action. Only in this way will we find solutions to the many problems preventing us from reaching that goal of education for all. Thank you.
This is a certificate of induction for David Wessel, Lifetime Achievement. Thank you, David.
Thank you. Thank you.
And now we break down from Lee High School to a well-known attorney who went to Career High School and has catapulted into the DC area as a very esteemed and well-known attorney, Jeanette Manning.
He actually just complimented me very kindly on my smile, so to have that song playing is very, very sweet. Thank you so much. Well, I know we only have a couple of minutes, and like the pastor said, I agree wholeheartedly. The last thing you should ever do is put a microphone before an attorney and one who teaches. But I will try my best within the 2 minutes. More than anything, I really just want to say I am honored to be here. I am so incredibly impressed. First, congratulations to all the other, my fellow inductees. I also want to thank the committee and those who voted for me in the committee for the additional work that you did in the final selection process, so I thank you for that consideration. And I also want to thank the association for actually keeping the school thriving and the name within the community, and for people to come back to hear that someone is here from Florida. I came from DC. I think that speaks volumes about the commitment and how important of a nurturing environment that Career High was. So I also want to thank my family who's here. Please don't be loud and embarrass me. But my family is here. One of my very good friends, Vanessa Roberts Avery, is also here. We went to school together. She was our class valedictorian, and so the fact that she is here to provide support, I think, is incredible. I want to thank my partner, who's also here, my partner in life, Donnell Turner. Thank you so much. We actually had a very late night last night attending a fun event, and we flew up to Connecticut this morning, so the fact that you are here and supporting me, you are a true trooper, and I appreciate that and love you dearly. I also want to like everyone has said, and I think what we're seeing, a central theme running throughout, is how much parents and people within the community play a role. And so I would be remiss if I did not thank my mama and my aunts, who are basically, and my uncle, who are here, uncles, but who have essentially poured into me and so many within our families for us to be able to achieve this. And my sister, who's completely dedicated, loves me probably more than I even love myself, and I like myself quite a bit, but I want to thank my sister for her sincere support. So those are the people who are representing me. But I also have to, more than anything, I think the theme that we're seeing is just the commitment of, because people poured into us, sincerely poured into us, genuinely took the time to stay late to make sure that we succeeded. That's why many of us have been able to accomplish some of the things that we've been able to accomplish, but not that we should puff out our chest and think that we're so amazing. There's still so much work to do, so many students who are still needing the assistance and the help, and so the fact that they poured into us, I have to recognize. Someone else said, I think the first speaker, about some of the individuals at Lehigh then, when I was their career, who were instrumental in truly directing our future path. And I think about those formative years and how it made such an incredible difference in some of the things that I've been able to experience in my life, traveling the world, some of the opportunities I've had, some of the individuals with whom I've interacted and met and worked with. And I have to thank, and I know she's here, Mrs. Neighbors. I mean, everyone knows Mrs. Neighbors. I would not have gotten through biology without Mrs. Neighbors. And I wanted to be a doctor at first, but taking her class showed me, even though I survived, I was not prepared to be a doctor. And then Mrs. Niece, Mrs. White, who has passed away, but she was our history teacher, and what she poured into us, but then also Mrs. Solomon, who was our guidance counselor. Oh, did I just love Mrs. Solomon. She literally was like a second mom at school. Without her, I would not have probably made it to college, because I sat in her office literally at least 2-3 times a week, just pouring through books, asking for her opinion, getting her advice, getting her guidance. She truly was, and she put kind of the word in, and is the epitome of what it means to have been a phenomenal guidance counselor. So I thank you all. I am very honored, very humble. Of course, like other speakers have said, not necessarily feeling very deserving of this, but I recognize it, and I cherish it, and I honor it, and I just want to say thank you.
And this is for a certificate of induction for professional achievement, Jeanette, Melanie.
Thank you.
Thanks. And now our next inductee, we go back to the old days at Lee High School when there was a thrill a minute every other day. And there was one smiling face that all the students and all the faculty appreciated and listened to him. And he was just a wonderful gentleman, and all the students loved him. Carmen Marottolo.
Say I'm completely shocked is an understatement. I really appreciate this honor. It was a great opportunity for me to go to Lee High School and to be involved with the people I was involved with. They worked hard for each other. They loved the kids that were there, and the kids certainly loved us. But again, I appreciate this honor, and I thank you all very, very, very much.
And this certificate of induction for Carmen Marottolo, lifetime achievement. He was a wonderful role model for all of us.
Come on, Peter.
See you, buddy.
Also, the Duncan Award. And now, a special favorite of mine from career high school. If you read her bio, it's unbelievable. She was not just a track star, she should have worn an S on her uniform. She ran the hurdles, she was the long jump champion, she ran the relay. Just about single-handedly, she gave Kareem Robinson his first state championship. Class M, Kareem Jackson. She went on to Jacksonville State. She just missed making the Olympics. She got hurt, but she was in the pre-Olympic team that went to represent our country in China. It's a pleasure to introduce Natasha Harvey Warner.
I didn't think I was good enough to go to Hill Regional Career High School. I almost didn't apply. In my mind, I would attend Hill House, be a bulldog, and run track for the team that wrote my name down on a piece of 2-ply toilet paper at the fun run. Almost out of rebellion, I applied, or entered the lottery, whatever it's called these days, and I got it. About a month into school, I heard the announcement that would change everything. Anyone interested in track, report to the weight room after school. It was there that I met Coach Jackson. He's over there. I could probably take the rest of my time just talking about the impact that he had on my life, but I'll choose a couple of words. Simply put, he chose me. He chose to see me, to hear me, to invest in me, to pray for me. And it was his commitment that allowed me to start believing that I was special, valuable, and deserving. Very quickly, he thought I had promise. Not sure I believed it, because up until that point, I just did sports because I didn't want to go home after school. I had no evidence that I would be successful because my parents weren't athletic. Sorry, Mom, she's over there. No one in my family was pursuing sports, and I didn't have much confidence. Over the course of my next 4 years at 140 Legion Avenue, I started to believe. And there are lots of people I owe thanks to because I wouldn't be here without them. And not just here in this moment, September 14th, 2024, but here in this body and in this world. People like Miss Love, who I think I saw, who would light up a room with her smile. Yes, cheer for her, she's amazing. I had a long commute to school, so seeing her there and consistently seeing a smile on her face really helped me to push through. Other phenomenal women like Miss Turner, who I thought I saw too, who was a fierce Black woman who held me with gentle accountability. Black men like Mr. Williams. Yeah, cheer for him too, he's amazing. Who made sure I ate lunch every day, which sounds like a small thing, but for someone who grew up poor, the fact that he would come out of his own pocket to make sure I had a hot meal, I'll never forget that. To women like Miss Joyner, who's in the back, her dad got inducted, give it up for her. Who was more than a math teacher. She decided she wouldn't go home after school, but she would pour into black and brown girls just like me so we could realize that we weren't enemies of each other and that we were deserving. Thank you, Miss Joyner. People like my mother, who for most of my life was a single parent. She did the very best that she could. The very best. And is doing even better as a grand to my 3 kids. To my brother, who is my best friend, he's right here recording, who showed me the power of forgiveness and reconciliation. To my pastor, Bishop Peggy, he's over there, who kept me before the Lord and nurtured my spiritual gifts and continues to empower me today. My beautiful husband, who helped me to believe in my worthiness. My children, who helped me to step into my power. This moment is about so much more than sport. It's about perseverance, grit, tenacity, community, and love. So thank you to the Hall of Fame committee for putting my name forward, and congratulations to all of the inductees. Thank you.
This certificate of induction for Natasha Warner for athletic achievement. Congratulations.
So sorry. Thank you.
Now, this concludes our first part of the program, and before we go to the buffet, a gentleman is going to let you know at the table who goes to the buffet first. One thing I'd like to just give a little anecdote of how talented Natasha was. I was at Penn State watching Gary Claxton, who was the star basketball player, and I happened to mention that I was at Career High School, and they immediately went to the records and they found Natasha, Harvey at the time, and I couldn't even watch the game because the track coach, the assistant track coach, the athletic director, they all were just grilling me. So jump ahead, I get back to school on that Monday morning, and Natasha came running over to me and said, "Mr. Evans, guess what? Penn State is flying me to Penn State this weekend." They were offering her a full scholarship. She ended up going to Jacksonville State, but that's how quick the world is right now. And when you're as talented as she was, that's what happens.
Hello, everyone. Before we go to the buffet table, and before I say the blessing of the food, I just want to reiterate, the maitre d' will come around and direct you when it's your time to go to the buffet table, okay? The maitre d' will come around and direct you. Let's bow our heads. Most Heavenly Father, we thank you right now for blessing this food, for the hands that prepared it, known and unknown. We ask you, God, to bless our bodies for the nourishment of this food that we're about to receive. God, we ask you to keep everyone here, God, safe and sound. We thank you, and we count it all done. Amen.
Thank you. As of this past Wednesday, when I called in the order to the Omni, we had 271 confirmed tickets sold. And then you all have been stressing me the last 2 days. We have over 400 people. Give yourselves a hand. Okay, at this time, I would like to ask everyone to stand as we receive our honored guest. Everyone please stand as we receive our honored guest, the Honorable Mayor Richard C. Lee. Let's give him a round of applause. Richard C. Lee in the house. Come on, you can do better than that. Come on. You may be seated. That was fantastic. Again, my name is Sandra Chambers Reed. Class of 81. Class of 81, are you in the house? Class of 81. We are celebrating our 20th year from Lee High School. I must say, class of 71, you're celebrating your 30th. All right, let's give class of 71 a round of applause, all right? Thank you. At this time, I would like to call Mr. Williams to extend a greeting to all of us.
I think that it would only be fitting for us, and I realize that Mrs. Whitney is going to come up and bless the food. But I think that the state of affairs that we find ourselves in, and the state of affairs that the city of New York and those who have loved ones and those who are continue to be heroes and sheroes at this particular point in time, that since we cannot loan ourselves to them in a physical sense, spiritually we should all reach out. So I would ask that we just pause just for a few moments to give recognition and ask for peace in our own way, and we ask for just understanding as it will come in its own way at the appointed time. May we please just hold ourselves still long enough to pay recognition to our heroes and sheroes. I thank you. You are the greatest school. You're still a distinctive measure above all the rest, and I'm just so glad that I'm here. Let's have a great time, everyone.
I would like to ask that you remain silent. I would like to ask that you would please remain silent in honor of Mr. Irving W. Tolles, our colleague, friend, teacher, housemaster, assistant principal, confidant. In honor of Mr. Tolles, 1926 through 2001, we dedicate this program in honor of Mr. Tolles.
Ever loved you, ever, and a day, and one day, love.
Continuing in that same spirit, the piece that Mr. Williams spoke of in a moment ago, I'd like to sing what's been in my heart since the tragedy about a week or so ago. I don't have any musical instrument, but I ask that you just listen to the words, and I pray that it penetrates your spirit, and we act accordingly. Let there be peace on earth, and let it begin with me. Let there be peace on earth, the peace that was meant to be. Praise the Lord, everybody. Praise the Lord. At this time, I would like to ask the Reverend Gladys Whitney to come and give the invocation and the blessing of the dinner. Miss Whitney has been, at least since 1968, first class through 1982. Let's give Miss Whitney a round of applause. The Reverend Gladys Whitney.
Welcome, alumni. In 1966, when the doors of the new Richard C. Lee High School first opened, it became our charge as school personnel to help mold your destinies. Inspiring, while simultaneously trying to shake loose the God-given talents within you. Throughout it all, we tried to set good examples for you to follow. And although the experience was sometimes shaky, we offered you our understanding and gave you our love. And as each graduation we are in mourning. Our world as we knew it has been changed forever in the aftermath of widespread terrorism. While our minds are tempted to harbor thoughts of hate and retribution, our faith speaks of forgiveness and seeking peace. As we prepare to give our Creator our humble thanks for this bountiful meal we are about to receive, let us also ask Him to give our country's decision makers clarity of mind and purpose, to carefully weigh the consequences of their deliberations and future actions, whatever they may be. Let us pray. We have come to the last meal of this day, to our supper meal. Let us be mindful of how our Lord, at such a meal as this, washed His friends' feet in an act of holy service. As this food is about to serve us as nourishment, may we also serve one another. May the seal of God's love rest upon this food and upon this day now drawing close. And may we and our gifts of food be under the tent of God's peace. Amen.
This moment, I would like to introduce to you a very special someone. I'm honored that he took the time out of his busy schedule to be with us on this night. Mayor John DeStefano, Jr.
Thanks, Sandra. Hello, Richard Seeley, guys. You know, I gotta tell you, I don't remember the women looking this good as you do tonight. You ladies look pretty good. I don't also remember you eating so well. Those plates are pretty full. I'm going to introduce Mayor Lee in a minute, so I'm going to ask you to hold it down so that Mayor Lee can talk to you. But I want to say something about your high school. I want to say something about your high school and the times during which it was built. Lee High School was built during a time when this city was reinventing itself. And it was a time when the dreams were big dreams, the successes were big successes, and the failures were big failures too, as Dick Lee would tell you. But you had a wonderful, wonderful school. You know, New Haven has 7 high schools now. We have 7 high schools, and we have wonderful choices for our kids, but the relationships you built are special. And they were made possible by a wonderful mayor, the greatest mayor of this city in the last century. And I want to introduce to you your mayor, Dick Lee.
Thank you very much, John. Ladies and gentlemen of Lee High School, and from all the parts of the globe, virtually. It's a very nice thing you've done here tonight. A magnificent reunion. I've never seen a high school reunion this big, this lively, and to go on for 3 days, from yesterday through tomorrow, is a wonderful thing. I congratulate you. I wanted to make a speech, but I'm feeling the evening is ending for me. I'm a little bit of a problem, you know, but I think it's great. I really do. I salute every one of you, and it's without Sandra. She lives in Chicago, and she runs a dinner as chairman here. How do you do that? I did a lot of great things. She said she has a very supportive husband. And well, you must have, because it's a great crowd, a lovely party. The gowns and the ladies are just delicious. Right, John? Great. I love all of you here tonight. I wish I could say hello to every one of you. You honor me simply by having me here, and I'm very grateful. Thank you very much.
At this time, I'd like to call the committee members to come up front. Committee members, please. And we have a proclamation that will be read by our mayor, Stefano, at this time.
To the committee and all of you, a proclamation celebrating this high school reunion and honoring Dick Lee. And whereas Richard C. Lee High School was constructed as part of New Haven's ambitious renewal and redevelopment program, and it graduated its first class in 1968, whereas Dick Lee, elected mayor in 1953, served the city with distinction for 16 years with an administration dedicated to urban renewal, economic revitalization, job training, and community outreach. And whereas alumni of Richard C. Lee High School, classes of 1968 through 1987, are holding their class reunion weekend this weekend to keep Lee High School alive, always and forever. Now therefore do I, as mayor of the city of New Haven, in celebration of the Richard C. Lee High School All Alumni Class Reunion Weekend, and in recognition of the significant contributions Dick Lee has made in his life to the community, take great pride and pleasure in proclaiming New Haven salutes the alumni of Richard C. Lee High School. Dick Lee, thank you to the members.
Congratulations, Mayor Lee. And the committee has an award that we would like to present to you at this time. And I'll ask our marketing chairperson, Pamela Mugg, to read it to you. Pamela?
We, the alumni of Richard C. Lee High School, hereby present to the Honorable Richard C. Lee this token in appreciation of his contribution to education and the positive influence it had on our lives. September the 22nd, 2001. Mayor Lee, we present this with love.
Thank you so much. We were so honored and blessed to have you here. And we would also like to recognize your assistant, Lieutenant McCormick, and Lieutenant Miller. Let's give them a round of applause. And thank you. One more round of applause for Mayor Lee as he exits.
We're gonna introduce. We hope that everyone enjoyed the food here at Anthony's. They do a great job. Let's give them a hand. Marcella and Anthony, the whole schmear does a great job.
You gotta ad-lib for a minute because Pam's not here. Who's next? Who's the next person? Buddy? Okay. All right. Yeah, we need Pam. Where is she? I'm gonna call her. Thanks. Where'd she go? She's upstairs. I think she's doing another wardrobe change. She's like Cher up there. When you talk on the microphone, hold it a little farther away. Okay. Just a little bit farther away from your mouth.
And now our next inductee, if I could get your attention. This gentleman and myself have worked together for 39 years. I started when I was 15 and he was a little bit older. But as anyone knows, Buddy and I are opposite in a lot of ways. He's big, I'm small. He was a terrific high school athlete. I just tried. He went to Syracuse on football scholarship. I got a partial scholarship for washing pots and pans. But one thing we were in unison with. We knew that when Career High School opened, we had to have athletics. And we cajoled downtown and we worked like crazy with petitions and everything. And then we were lucky to have a wonderful administrator, Mr. Williams, and we had athletics at Career. And although Buddy was a football coach years ago and he's a master referee, we decided that we would have girls and boys basketball, track and male and female, baseball, volleyball, cross country, tennis, and golf. Mr. Chernovetz and I are very proud that Career High School, in the short period of time that they've been in existence, have won the state championship in girls basketball, boys basketball, girls track, and we've had a relatively solid athletic program. Without further ado, let me introduce my co-director, athletics, and a wonderful young man, Buddy Chernovetz.
My granddaughters wanted me to dance my way up here, but that's not gonna happen. As I look out here, I see Marty Journey, Phil Maltese, Bert Saxton, Shirley Neighbors. There's more teachers here than the last faculty meeting I attended at Career. My son gave me great advice. Dress up, show up, and shut up. So I'm gonna keep to the 2 minutes. Nobody gets to a Hall of Fame without a lot of help. 40 years in the classroom, 50 years of officiating, coaching, spending those years with some great people, great teachers, great administrators. A couple are here today. Carmen Marottolo, one of the best. John Courtmarch, one of the best. And one of the best administrators ever produced in the city of New Haven, Charles Williams. These have been the people that I've had mentor me, and I've needed a lot of mentoring. But I want to take this time to thank some special people. 78 going on 79 next week. And that's an amen, folks. That's an amen, brother. My family is here except for 2 grandkids who are playing at Southern right now, trying to make the baseball team. My son, Brad, who's a teacher at Career, baseball coach there. His wife, who is a teacher, Carrie, in the Middlefield school system. My daughter, Kristen, who is a teacher in the Middlefield school system. My son-in-law, Michael, who was a teacher at Lyman Hall, coach and official. They have been the backbone of my life, along with 4 great grandkids, and if you open the page, you'll see them near the back of the page. Emma, who is now a nursing student at Southern Connecticut. And my other granddaughter, Riley, who is a junior at Hampton Hall and a pretty good basketball player at Hampton Hall. But most important, and certainly not last, the backbone of our family, my friend for over 64 years, married for 58. She gave us a big scare last month, but she came through her little surgery and visit to Yale New Haven very well. She has raised our family, allowed me to coach and do the things that I've been able to do for the last 50 years. She is the love of my life. I cannot exist without her. I thank you. I thank my family. For the Hall of Fame committee, I thank you for this great honor. It was a pleasure, a tribute to being a career. When I walked into that building and they told me, I said, what's all the plywood on the windows? The nickname Plywood High. Then I was introduced to outreach workers. Everybody had an outreach worker career at my school. And then there was Salt and Pepper. You guys all know who Salt and Pepper were. Two great individuals, Dr. Schreck and Judge Louis Harper. And a faculty that kept that school going. There was nothing better. I spent 36 of the greatest years there with some of the greatest students. And I want to thank you for this honor, and thank you to all of you.
I don't know, Evans and I don't coexist too.
Hold on to the plaque. We have you for the plaque. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3. One more. All right.
Okay, now one more thing.
Oh, wait a minute, buddy.
Stu took it.
Oh, Stu gave it to me. Thank you, Mr. Chernovetz. And now, one of my favorites, a great athlete at career high school, and then he went on to Penn State University where he was captain and a great player. I could just give you one note that his former college coach said about him, and this sums it all, why he has a great family and great backbone. Mr. Ed DeCellis, who is now the Naval Academy head coach, and he was at Penn State, he said, if I had a son, and he had 2 daughters, I would like them to be like Gary Claxton. Without further ado, Gary Claxton.
Thank you. All right. I just want to give an honor to God first, because without Him, I wouldn't be standing here. This is His works, it's not mine. So He deserves all the glory. But I just want to say thank you. Also, I'm blessed for my family. That's the biggest thing to me, outside of God, is my family, my support system that's been there since I was little till now. They're all at that table. And, you know, through my ups and downs, my highs and lows, no matter where I was in the world, I can call any one of them and they'll be right there for me. And, there's nothing important outside of God more than family. I just want to thank all my teachers at Career High School, all my classmates, all my teammates, all my competitors, just the whole experience, because without any of that, I wouldn't be who I am, no matter if it was good or bad. And thank you to the Lehigh and Career High Committee for having this wonderful event. And to everyone here, much love to you. May God bless you. is peace. May peace be amongst you all and prosperity. Thank you.
And now, a young man that started out at Lee High School, former basketball player, and then he went on into education, was always a wonderful student, and today he has climbed the ladder from working in New Haven, becoming a principal, and now became a principal in Hamden, and he is now the exalted position of superintendent of schools in Hamden, Gary Highsmith.
All right, wait. Don't start my 2 minutes yet, bro. Something to say first. Here you go. Wait, you want me to get a running man out here?
I'll be out for a week at work if that happens. First, I gotta say, I asked the DJ to play the unedited version of DMX on my way up here. I don't know what happened. Maybe you came to your senses, bro. I appreciate it. So, first, I do want to make sure I honor the rule of the 5 B's, which is be brief, brother, be brief. So, I want to thank the committee, and I need to thank, really quickly, everybody at table 10. That's my table back there. It's 1983, baby. They don't know how to act. Woo! So, I'm just going to say these few words. I'm going to sit down. You know you are Lee High School if you left school during your lunch period to go to Sam's Luncheonette. Holler back. Everybody that left school to go to Sam's. If you went to Hill Central, took a detour to Horace Day, spent some time in Michigan, Israel for some reason, and then went to Clemente before going to Lee, then you know you're Lee High. If your hand still hurts from writing all those notes Miss Neighbors wrote on the board, erase and write, erase and write. Thank you for preparing me for college, Dr. Neighbors. If you walk downtown to McDonald's, then to the arcade, saw somebody break the window at the jewelry store, smash and grab, but you didn't take anything, then you are Lee High School. If you had to walk outside of the school to get to the gym, great architecture, I appreciate that. And speaking of great architecture, you know you're Lee High if none of your classrooms had windows inside. Holler back, you focused on learning, I appreciate that. You know you're Lee High if you worked in a CETA program, made $3 an hour, and you could support a family of 6 on it, then you went to Lee High. You know you're Lee High if you cut through Kimberly Field at night, but only did it with a group of people because it was scary as hell, and you had to be the fastest one to get out of there, then you are Lee High. If you can remember, the Boys and Girls Club was on Hollock Avenue, and only boys were allowed to join. And as a teenager, I staunchly advocated that girls be allowed to join because I was a feminist at the time. Then that's Lee High School. If you knew that Church Street South and Franklin Street projects had the prettiest girls in the city, obviously there's one behind me, then that's Lee High. But most importantly, you know you're Lee High if you received a superior education from caring, brilliant, and hardworking teachers, administrators, and coaches. You developed friendships for over 40 years with guys like Gary Mays at my table, and friendships that lasted over 50 years with Calvin Bacon and Lionel Nixon at my table, who are now great men. All 3, as expected, have become great men. And those friendships, and all my other friendships, simply bring to life the notion that People don't abandon people they love, they abandon people they were using. I love my 4 years at Lehigh. Yeah, you can think about that for a second. I love my 4 years at Lehigh, and outside of the time that I've spent raising my two wonderful daughters, Destani and Imani, you can hear her. Yep, she's not well trained. I can honestly say that 1979 to 1983 was the best 4 consecutive years of my entire life. I have nothing but the fondest memories of high school, and so I sincerely thank each and every one who made that possible. I'll always be indebted to Lee High School, and if every student in this country could have had the same high school experience that I did, the world would be a much better place. Class of 83 in the house, representing. Where's 83 representing? Thank you very much, I appreciate it.
This certificate of induction is awarded to Gary Highsmith for professional achievement. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. All right. Me too. You ready? 1, 2, 3. Jump in here real quick. Wait, hold on. Wait, 1. All right, thank you. Thanks so much.
Gary.
All right, Gary.
Thank you, sir.
And now the next gentleman had the special feat of opening a brand new high school in the Hill. He did a marvelous job. He created a wonderful spirit that lasts today. He's a 50-year educator in New Haven. He came to Lee High School back in the late 60s. Without further ado, let me introduce Dr. Charles Williams.
Just prior to getting started on my 2 minutes, so I don't know who's the timekeeper, but hold up for about 30 seconds. If I don't do this, I won't be allowed to go home tonight, and so let me just be sure. Yes, thank you. Everybody's giving directions. I love it. Table 33, folks. This is my family, and this is my family. This is my family. And those of you who may hold it against me, Miss Neighbors is there, and yeah, she put just as much pressure on me as she put on you guys also, so don't worry about that. She kept me on the straight and narrow. It is the desire of any administrator to find themselves in situations in which there's a can't miss. The staff at Richard C. Lee and at Hill Regional Career, they are a can't miss faculty, or they were a can't miss faculty. And so with that, I need to give them a hand, because when asked about my professional career, I'm often said, what made it special? I said, you know, there's this adage about always being able to ride a wave to the beach, especially with surfers. And so let's consider Richard C. Lee and consider Career High School as the beach, because what a great surf they built over there. There was a tsunami that was in place, and I was able to ride the best board from the beginning of me being hired, both Shirley and I at the same time, until I left in 2004. And I am so grateful to them. And those of you who are staff members for either Richard C. Lee or Career High School, I need to applaud you. I'd like for you to stand, but I don't know how I am in my my 30 seconds at this particular point in time, but you guys are great. There wasn't nothing for me to do but just stay on that surfboard and continue to ride the wave itself. So thank you. Thank you from my family. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the caring. Each administrator who sits in this room realizes the desire is to have that one special class that you bring in at 9th graders and watch them go to the 12th grade and graduate. Well, I had the fortune for 14 years to be a 9th grader, and I am so glad that you guys didn't flunk me out or throw me out the door. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Could I have the mic, buddy?
Where's my, I don't have the mic. I think we gotta talk to them.
Now this certificate of induction is awarded to Mr. Charles Williams for lifetime achievement, and he certainly has put in a life. Thanks.
Thank you, Peter. One mic.
No, he had the plaque. The plaque. Okay.
All right, we'll get this right. Give us another 2 hours.
Hold on, I'm gonna get just you. All right.
All right, good. That's all right. Thank you guys again.
And now our next inductee, a young lady that has put in 40 years of teaching in the New Haven area and Hamden. She started in Waterbury, moved over to New Haven, is a graduate of Lee High School, and she is a wonderful special ed teacher. Melanie Stein Wolf. One thing, I would like a minute of silence. Her son, not her son, but her husband, Jimmy, who everyone probably knows, former basketball coach at Hill House and well-known teacher in the New Haven area, is fighting for his life. Let's get a little minute of silence and prayer that he can withstand all these problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you very much to Mr. Stuart Katz and Dr. Pamela Monkelly and the entire Hall of Fame committee for this honor. My years at Lee High School were wonderful and formative years for me. In September 1966, on the first day of school, in a little bit of shock, I was a 15-year-old transplant from Long Island, New York. In the beginning, our school was first named Hill High School, even though the school across town was named Hill House High School. The famous architectural company Roach and Dinkaloo designed our school. As we entered our brand new building, we students walked gingerly around the many water collecting buckets in every hallway due to our leaky roof. After 1 year of operation, our school was officially opened and named the Richard C. Lee High School after our mayor. In 1968, our school's prom was postponed after Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated on Thursday, April 4th, 1968. Our alma mater was written, and we learned to sing it. Our graduating class of 1969, was the second graduating class. So today, now as a retired New Haven public school teacher, Thank you. I must credit my 3 years at Lehigh for so much. I had spent time singing in the many choral groups, even learning a few spirituals. I served on school committees, yearbook, prom, and newspaper clubs. These were all eye-opening experiences. We all had new encounters, getting acquainted with kids from every corner of New Haven. In my West House homeroom, I made a friend named Sharon Roundtree. She wrote in my yearbook, quote, "I know that you will make a great teacher. Who knows, maybe my kids will be in your class," close quote. That was the first time, the first hint that some people took me seriously about my future goals. And I have taught many, many Waterbury and New Haven students in my 37 years. I also participated in varied volunteer commitments in my life. At our synagogue, I chaired the education committee. I worked at Desk, the downtown evening soup kitchen, and most importantly, I have dedicated much time to raising funds for the annual New Haven Walk to End Alzheimer's. I am proud that I was able to raise over $2,000 over the past 2 years for the Alzheimer's Association. My community work has been a significant part of my life. Most importantly, I am fortunate to have 3 wonderful adult children, Rachel, Dan, and Mike. My son-in-law, Jeff, and 2 daughters-in-law, Michelle and Kaylin, have been very special additions to our family. I also have been blessed with 4 beautiful, brilliant, and talented grandchildren: Mia, Jonah, Sydney, and Bryn. My 2 sisters, Beth and Shelley, and of course, my sister-in-law, Jan Wolf Braunstein, have been such fantastic friends and confidants. When I was a young mother and a young teacher, my 3 children sometimes had to be flexible during those extremely busy years. I have always, and especially today, hoped that they were proud of me and the work I did. I often wonder if I was a good mother. I was very fortunate to be given the opportunity to work with the wonderful public school students at school and concurrently to raise my own 3 beautiful children over those many years. I feel I was a very committed teacher as well as a devoted mother. 2 very special roles. Of course, I met my husband only after attending Lee High School with Jimmy's sister, Jan Wolf Braunstein, and his brother, our classmate of blessed memory, Andy Wolf. Some of you have known Jimmy as a retired New Haven school administrator and Hill House basketball coach. I've known him as my best friend of 53 years. I hope he knows I would not have been able to do any of this without him by my side. Because he could not attend today, he asked me to send his congratulations to 2 of his former students, Superintendent Gary Highsmith and Paul Hollywood Henderson. Jimmy, I love you so much. This honor was such a big surprise to me since I have enjoyed all that I've done thus far, and I look forward to serving on the Hall of Fame committee in the future. Thank you. Oh,
Take a picture.
gotcha.
Over this way, so the mic's on.
Thank you.
And now, before we induct our final group into the Hall of Fame, I'd like to ask all the members of the Lee Career Hall of Fame Committee to stand up and be recognized. Dr. Pamela Monk Kelly, the chairman, Dolores McCrae Bird, Suzette Courtmanch, Dr. Ronnie Johnson DeLuz, Dawn Galbraith, Jamie Johnson Harper, Margaret McRae Hassel, Paul Henderson, Deborah Deloge Hogan, please come up. Liz McRae, Karen Claber Pride, Dr. Jacqueline Monk Roberts, Ken Robinson, and Jaquana Roberts Souls.
I got two. Hey, lady, come on over right in here.
Well, thank you. Please read this.
I'll get over there. You take your wine over here. Sorry. Get over there.
Okay, on the count of three, everybody.
Reader, you read? You need someone to read it?
Read it now?
Yeah, read it now. When you get to the picture. Oh, give me the picture.
All three, all right?
I never say money, I say the other ones are over there on the back, on the floor.
And now I just would like to read a citation from the Board of Alders presented by the Honorable Albert Evelyn Rodriguez. Let it be known that the New Haven Board of Alders hereby offers its congratulations to Mr. Peter Evans, Lee Career High Alumni Association. Richard C. Lee High School was built as part of New Haven's ambitious renewal and redevelopment program. The alumni of Richard C. Lee High School, classes of 68 to 86, and Career Regional High School from 86 to 87, and Hill Regional Career High School from 1987 to 2024. Hold the Legacy Hall of Fame induction to pay tribute to former faculty, staff, and alumni for their dedicated service to the students of the New Haven Public Schools. Thank you very much. And now, we would like to thank Duncan again for their special contribution. It gives me great pleasure to introduce the next gentleman, a former Lee High School basketball player, a Harvard graduate and one of the high scorers in the history of Harvard, a gentleman and a scholar. His senior year, he was not only accepted to Harvard, but Yale, Princeton, and Duke. Great pleasure to introduce Donald Fleming.
How's everybody doing today? That's great. I'll tell you, I am so full of joy. I am so happy and so ecstatic about today, and hopefully I won't get too emotional. But I've been smiling ever since I walked through the gate. I've been smiling for 3 hours. That's how happy I am, just to be honored in this way, and just to be able to see all the people that have come out, especially some of the fellow students, faculty. It's just, it means a lot. And hey, hello. So it means a lot. It means a lot to me, and I am, like I said, I'm just ecstatic about today. I'm so grateful that the committee decided to take my picture and put it up on a wall, and to be on that wall for as long as that school is going to stand. That is just an unbelievable feeling to know that people feel that much about you, how great you are, and what you did for the school, that they would do something like that. So again, I just thank the committee for honoring me in this way. The other people that I want to thank is my family. You know, it's nothing like having an honor like this if it's just you and a few people. But when you have the support of your family, when you have people who took the time out to come and spend this day with you. I've had people who came up from New Jersey, from Maryland, from all over, just to be here. My children are here, my mother and dad is here, and close friends and family. I tell you, it means so much more to be able to experience a day like this with the people that you love. So thank you very much, my wife. I thank you guys so much. I love you guys, and again, thank you so much for being here today. When I got the call, when I got the call that I was going to be inducted into the Hall of Fame for Lee High School for basketball, I took the time to think about it and said, well, what the heck did I do, and how was I able to accomplish that at Lee? And I think there's 4 reasons why I was able to have such a successful basketball career at Lee High. The first reason is practice. Practice, practice, practice. I never thought of myself as being a talented individual. I never had God-given talent like Sly Williams, Wes Matthews, Larry Kelly, my peers during my era. Those guys had God-given talent. I felt that I had just a little bit of talent. And I said to myself, with a little bit of talent, how can I offset that? How can I make up for that? And I decided that practicing was the best way to do it. So I remember when my first year playing basketball was my freshman year, when I made the team and I would go to practice. When I finished practice, I would walk to the YMCA on Howe Street. And I would go there and practice hours and hours and hours. And I didn't have a trainer like Geary probably had a trainer. You know, back in those days, we didn't have trainers. So my trainer was a library book. I went to the library and I got a book on basic basketball skills. And I would take that book with me to the library. I would open it up and I would look at the different moves, you know, jab, step, pump, fake, go right, go left. And I would just practice those moves all by myself in the gym. And I felt that I was able to take what I learned in the books and apply it in the games. And I began to improve drastically to the point where my last 2 years of the high school, I was a starter and I had a lot of accolades and so forth. So practicing is what enabled me to be as good as I was. The second reason was coaching. I had some of the amazing coaches, Mr. Evans and Mr. Chernovetz, who came up here from Florida today. Those guys instilled in me the values of being a great basketball player. One of the things I remember distinctly that I think affected me was when I played, Mr. Evans used to get on me all the time. Donald, what a terrible pass. Donald, come on, you gotta play defense. He would just get on me and ride me. And I remember one day we were in the locker room after practice, and I said, Mr. Evans, why do you keep yelling at me? You know, the other guy, he did the same thing I did, and you didn't say anything to him. He sat me down, he said, Donald, listen, I didn't say anything to him because you're better than him. You're better than this. I see within you the ability for you to be a great player, a great student. I see in you the ability to be able to go further than just Lee High School. You have that all within you, and I want to make sure that you bring it out. So I'm going to stay on you all the time until you make it happen. So I just thank Mr. Evans, because that criticism did a lot for me, because it enabled me to understand that he wasn't saying it because he hates me, but he was saying it because he wanted to help me, and he wanted me to dig down inside and to be the best that I can. So thank you so much, Mr. Evans. I really appreciate that. The third reason was faith. You know, I gave my life to God in high school, and I realized that whatever happened in my life wasn't going to be because of me, but it was going to be because of a higher power, because of God having his hand on my life. And as a kid, you don't know what you're doing, how you're doing it. You just take one day at a time. And that's what I did. I took one day at a time. And as I did my part in putting in the work, not only in the gym, but also in the classrooms, I was rewarded tremendously. And when I was able to finish high school, finish college, was able to step back and look at what God did for me in my life, it was truly a blessing. I was able to have an illustrious career at Harvard, be inducted into their Hall of Fame 20 years ago, and now I was able to get inducted now into Lee High School's Hall of Fame. And he just said, not many people had that opportunity, and I'm just so thankful that God blessed me in that way. And the fourth reason is teachers. We had some amazing teachers at Lee High School. Miss Jackson, Miss Kavak, Mr. Chernovetz, Mr. Williams, Mr. Courtmatch, Ms. Luby Harper, Mr. Schreck. Just amazing faculty that poured into me and enabled me to be a great student and to be able to be in a position where I can go to Harvard University and excel there, not only basketball-wise, but academically. So that was very, very important for me. In ending, in closing, I just want to say that I'm just so thankful for this honor again. I just want to thank my family again for being here. I want to thank everyone who is here today. I also want to just congratulate all the other nominees for this achievement. And I'm sure that not only myself, but them, they also are going to just cherish this day for as long as we live. Thank you very much.
You're going to hold the flag. All right, here we go. All right. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2. All right.
Hey, big deal.
Just as a postscript, that young man that just left, maybe I taught him something, but he taught me something. One day at practice, he came over and he said, Mr. Evans, and I was in the habit, being at Lee High School, to use a little salty language. Donald said, Mr. Evans, could you do me a favor and not cuss at lunch? So I said, sure, Donald, whatever you say. And then the next thing, years later, and it's 20 years ago now, it was before cell phones and beepers and everything, and I got a message on my answering machine He said, Mr. Evans, I'm getting inducted into the Harvard Hall of Fame. Could you introduce me? It was one of the thrills. It was wonderful. My wife, Carol, almost 50 years, and myself went up to Harvard, and you have to picture this. If you've ever been in the Yale Commons, this was the Harvard Commons. Hundreds of people, and the only story I could come up with, I couldn't eat because I had to speak. The only story I could come up with is I grew up in New Haven, and my father used to take me to Yale Bowl when I was younger. And my favorite uniform every year was always the Harvard crimson and gold. And the place broke up. And after that, I introduced them. So thank you, Donald, for helping me out also. And now I'd like to introduce Pam Kelly, a wonderful chairman. Hold on.
Thank you, Peter. He's a fantastic advisor. I just want to take just 1 minute just to show some appreciation to one of our committee members. All of them were marvelous. They were fantastic. They really jumped in and helped where they could. But this one young man, I tell you, he worked from New Jersey, from down in Florida. I mean, he could be traveling on a plane back and forth, and he would think about this Lee High School, this committee, this work. So just a little token of love. This goes to Stuart Katz. Lee Career High Alumni Association presents to Stuart Katz in recognition for your outstanding achievements and accomplishments. He gets a star because he is a star.
Thank you. Thank you, Pam. And let me second that. Stu Katz has done a wonderful job. The committee they work very hard, but no one puts in the time and effort that Stu does. So thank you again. And now the next young man, he was a terrific basketball player, and then he went to work in the correctional institutions and had a Valor Award for helping contain and now he's been in the school system for years, working very hard as a community advisor, works at Sheridan, runs Thanksgiving drives, and has helped innumerable young people in the community. Without further ado, Cedric Say Hey Robinson.
Good afternoon. This is not what I usually do. I'm not a person of many words. Really not. I'm really not. Kerm and Blango, you're going to understand the reason why we don't give up on anyone. If you read my bio, everything is just about true. I did chase an inmate that escaped from Whaley Avenue Jail to the Ashman Street projects by myself because everybody fell off. I was a lot slimmer then. We ran through the drugstore. People are screaming and hollering, but I cornered them in the projects and got my handcuffs on them. We got them back to the jail. What my bio doesn't say is that we moved when we got here from Birmingham, and I was born in Birmingham. And I was there when the church blew up and killed the 4 girls. Our house was about 4 miles from that church. My parents decided at that time it was time to move. Kenny was on his way, my younger brother. So we moved to New Haven. We'd been here 2 years, and shortly thereafter, my father's money got a little short, so my mother wasn't having that. So it was time to make some moves. So we moved to Akron. I went through 6 schools in 6 years. 6 schools in 6 years. When I came back here, they felt that I needed to stay back a grade. But when I got to Troop, my problems really started. I ran into the local bully. And he was from Ashman Street. So if you're from Ashman Street, you'll know who I'm talking about. And yes, it was him. I won't mention his name, but everybody knew him. Wow, somebody said that I didn't. So I had to fight him almost every day or join the gang. But one morning I'd had enough. So I walked to school. My mother saw something a little different in me. She also looked into the knife drawer, and I had taken 2 knives. And I was walking to school because I'd had enough. I didn't know who to tell or who to talk to, so I got to handle this myself. She called the police, and they met me at the school. I was arrested, and I was locked away for about 6 months to a year. I went from Long Lane to Orange Street, and that's where I learned how to play basketball. Locked up. When I came home, I was in the 8th grade in April, getting ready to go to high school. I don't know a thing. I've forgotten everything I've learned. But when I get home, my brother's been taking care of the house pretty well. Groceries are in the house. TV's on, cable's working well. So he gets up Saturday morning.
Criminal.
Yeah, gets up Saturday morning, and I hear kids screaming and hollering downstairs in the basement. So I go down to the basement door's locked. I knock on the door, young man opens the door, he's security. Somebody's stopping me from getting in my own basement. That young man was Gary Highsmith. Yeah. So Gary Highsmith asked me what I wanted in my own basement. And I said, I need to speak to my brother. He closed the door on me. And I can hear him say, boss, somebody wants to come in. So Kenny comes to the door. He's cool. So I walk in. There's a gambling network going on downstairs. There's dice. There's roulette. There's all types of, there's kids from the whole neighborhood. I said, what are we doing here? He said, it's about survival. I said, what are you making here? About $30 a week. I said, where are they getting this money from? I don't care. Okay. All right. That shortly ended and stopped. What we learned from our father is that we needed to stick together. Always stick together. When I got to Lehigh, I met between Larry Kelly. If you don't know Larry Kelly had some of the best waves in the business. Some of the best waves in the business. He was teaching me some things, but I had a pretty good shot. And I had Coach Cherney. Coach Cherney really took me in. He reminded me of the counselor that was working with me on my behavior and anger, who taught me how to play chess. and who taught me how to play basketball. So I gravitated to the hippie with the long hair. He's somewhere in here. Because as soon as I saw him, I started crying. Because he meant so much to me, and he turned everything around. Well, I also met James Outlaw. And if you know Outlaw, you know, Outlaw was cool, freshman day, but Outlaw had a beard as a freshman. So here I am just coming from home, and I take Outlaw home because I want my mother to meet him. So my mother's a comedian too, so when Outlaw leaves, she said, Cedric, you couldn't find no one else to hang out with but a senior? I said, no, Ma, he's not a senior. She said, Cedric. He stayed back 3 times? Is that what you're trying to tell me? I said, he's 14. She said, okay, I can handle it. While I'm trying to make money, my brother's classmate, and I understand where the A came from, Charles Blango. So we're working at Tobacco Joe's, passing flyers out, and we're doing this and doing that. Not unbeknownst to me, Charles has talked to the distributors and he's got his own little thing going. So Charles when Tobacco Joe was selling juice for 19 cents, Charles Amazon was selling juice for 12 cents in Franklin Street Projects. Of course, he ended up getting us both fired because Tobacco Joe found out about it. What I want to say real quick, and I'm trying to rush it as fast as possible, but
Don't rush.
since we moved around so much, it was limited family here, I have cousins here who I haven't seen in 58 years. I'd like for them to stand. Bobby, Marky, and Susan. I have not seen them in 58 years. I've taken kids to Disney. I've started a chess club. They told me the chess club wouldn't work. But there was one person that had faith in me, which was Mother Turner. She said, Cedric, if you want to start a chess club, you start it. There's no money, but you start it. So I started the chess club. I had 15 kids staying after school from 3:30 to 5:30 playing chess with me instead of walking the streets. It didn't miss something. I have one of them here. If he'll stand, where is he at? Where's he at? Norrell, is he here? Yeah, Norrell? He left. He's running for legislative office. He stayed every night trying to beat me. That was their goal, to beat me. I'd walk up one table, down the next, and beat them all. They got so good that I had to sit down and play them. I took kids to Disney, and I paid for 2 kids to go because I felt like every child should have that experience to go to Disney, whether it meant I had to pay for it or not. I think he's still here. Jay, are you here? Stand up, son. He's now 22 years old. And a quick story with him. He wasn't with me in the park. We were at Animal Kingdom. So he comes up with the chaperone. He's crying. He, Mr. Robinson, I can't believe it. I just saw Roman Reigns and he won't give me an autograph. I don't know who Roman Reigns is and don't care, but he's crying. I said, what do you mean? He's a wrestler at WWE and he won't sign you? Let's go find him. I don't know what I got to be crazy. We're at Disney. But I walked him and 2 other students to find Roman Reigns. 3 hours we walked. So now it's time to go. I'm upset because I broke my promise to him. I go to the bathroom. I said, I got to go to the bathroom because we're leaving. I said, God, I can't believe I did this. I broke that boy's heart. I said, I get it for him. Who walked in the door? If you look in your book, Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns walked in. So I waited for him to use the restroom, and I said, Roman Reigns. He said, no, I'm not Roman Reigns. I said, Roman Reigns, please. So I showed him my badge, and he said, I didn't do anything in the park. I said, no, I'm a correctional officer in Connecticut. I got kids outside that need to take your picture with you. They want to take your picture. And I said, can you do that for me? He said, I got my daughter here. This is the reason I'm denying everything. She's 6 years old and I want to enjoy the park. I'll take the picture with 2 of them If you look in the book and you see the picture of me, Roman Reigns, you'll see that Jay's eyes are as big as anything because I walked out the bathroom with Roman Reigns. And that was the best part of it. I am dedicated to giving back because there was no family here. And when I got to Lehigh became that family. I had aunts, uncles, cousins cheering for me that I didn't even know. Since this nomination, I've gotten calls from Florida. Benny Green called me. You know Benny Green is country. And he's excited, which is a good thing. But what I want to say is that you should never give up on any child because I have probably helped thousands of children, thousands of families with food drives out of my pocket. With Thanksgiving, I've dressed up as Santa Claus. It didn't matter what it meant because I needed to have a connection with the children so they knew that they can come and talk to me because I didn't have anybody to talk to when I was in trouble. So I've done all that. I've dressed up as a bumblebee, if you look in there. It did not matter.
A big bee.
Yeah. First grader pulled my wing. As we were going out, he said, "You're the biggest bee I've ever seen." He said, "I have one question. Where's your stinger?" We didn't have a stinger on me. But I want to thank the committee, and I want to thank the Lehigh family. I want to thank my nieces and nephews that are out there. I want to thank Rosemary, Tony, Amanda, Kaylee, Kelsey, my nephew Kyler, Joseph Robinson, Angela, my sister. I want to thank my daughters. I'm going to call them by their names, Boo Boo and Smokey. Smokey should have been a boy, but she wasn't, because she'd have been Smokey Robinson. But she was a girl, so I still kept the faith. My sister-in-law, Jessica, fantastic mom. My wife, Valjean, done a fantastic job with the kids. Eleanor Turner, I gotta reach back to you one more time. You're amazing. You were there for me through many storms. You never made me feel like I was an underclassman. You always made me feel a part of your administration, and I'm extremely thankful. I have a picture of my mother. In 2013, I won the highest award that the Board of Ed gives. I had her with me, and she smiled, because she said, "You came a long ways." I said, "Yes, I did, Mom." She said, "Did I make the right call?" I said, "Yes, I'm glad you called." So we smiled about that. She's not here. It's been 5 years. She's been gone, but we think of her fondly, and we're going to keep my mother and father's memory going on. I want to thank the Brotherhood of Basketball, because you don't do this by yourself. Anytime I call these gentlemen, they're there. Ronell, you're my man. You're as close to me as Kenny is.
Not that close.
Not that close. Well, here. Yep. I'm going. You took most of the time, Pete.
You're okay, but you're down here.
Here we go. I want to thank you all for coming, and I'm very humbled to receive this. Take care.
You're in the middle. You're in the middle.
Thank you, Pete. I appreciate you so much.
Hold on. You come on this side. Yes, because your brother's in the middle.
Why?
Because he has the award.
I don't like that.
The award. All right. Hold on.
Okay.
All right.
Hey. I'm playing. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Cedric, get carried up.
And now, last but not least, someone that has worked in the school system as a security person, as an assistant coach, as a summer league coach, and then when he goes on the weekends, he puts on a purple cape, and he is a national entertainment promoter from California to Atlanta, anywhere in the country. He has shows going. He was just this little guy at Lee High School, played soccer and basketball, and now watch him come sweeping in with the best outfit in the country, Paul Henderson.
First of all, I'm going to give honor to God, because without God, this wouldn't be possible. Pam Monk Kelly, where's Pam Monk Kelly at? And I'm not be long, because at 3 o'clock, boom, it's going to strike. But Pam Monk Kelly, before this Hall of Fame started, Pam came to me and said God gave her her dream, and she wanted to start this Hall of Fame. And so she came to me and asked me, could I give her some advice and would I help? And I told her, I said, Pam, just wait a little while. Let's see how we can put it together, because I'm a promoter, so I wanted to make sure it was promoted right. And she came back to me, and I took her to the Hill House and Cross committee, and we gave her some advice on what to do, and then me and her got together, and we started this Hall of Fame. A lot of people don't know that, but she came to me and first said that she wanted to start this. So look at where we at. I've been to all the other Hall of Fames, and none of them is this packed. They got more years, but it's only the fourth one, and it's very, very special. I want everybody in this room, prayer changes things. Jim Wolf, he mentored me. He had me in, when it was Hill Middle, it wasn't Roberto Clemente, the first graduating class, and I went from Gold Street with Miss Day to Geary, and if you look around, most of the people from Lee High are doing the big things, a big part of a lot of stuff that's happening. But I want to also bring to the attention Buddy Chernovetz. When we was in Lee High, it was a lot of teachers there, and we was over in the jungle. We was jungle boys. They had no idea. But Buddy Chernovetz in the morning would go out that door, and most of the jungle boys was leaving school, going across the street, back to the jungle. And Buddy Chernovetz would run over there and grab them, hey, get back in the school. And eventually they had to have a meeting. The gangsters had to have a meeting. Who is this guy? Who's this white guy that keep coming over here trying to tell us to come back to the school? And they said, is that teacher? I said, yeah, that's him. All right, he good. But he went over there, and that was the difference. He cared enough. He didn't care. He went across that street to the jungle. Most people, the cops wasn't going over to the jungle telling everybody to come back. So I gotta definitely give him credit for that. And a lot of times they see me in the blue and white. But I said, I thank Carmen, Carolina for allowing me to be a part of the coaching staff with the championship. But my first offer was career. And Ben Hunter said to me, Holmes, you go over there, you coach for career, tell them to give you a job. So I had to stay over at Hill House, which was a blessing. And one thing about Cedric, I want to say, Cedric and the team, people don't know it, but we was one of the only teams to beat Bob Salisbury and Cross High. We went undefeated, and we were so cool. Cedric and them started coming to me, letting me cut their hair. So I learned to be a barber, cutting their hair. And I messed up the hairs pretty much. Cedric looked in the mirror like this, and Cedric had to turn his head sideways for his hair to be even. But they teased him, so what we had to do, we ended up wearing cowboy hats in the Coliseum. So when y'all seen Lee High basketball team, the undefeated team walking around with cowboy hats, that's because I messed up most of the guys here. So I'd like to thank my daughter Monique and my son PJ, my oldest son Marquise was here, he had to leave, and all my friends. Big Blank. Big Blank was with us at Lehigh, and we was kind of killing Mr. Evans' varsity team. And Evans was a great coach, and what happened was Blanco didn't get picked for varsity, and he said, if he don't put me on today, I'm leaving. Blanco came and sit in the stands with street socks, no shoestring. I said, oh, what you doing? Evans gonna throw you off the team. The next day, he was over at Cross with Pop, Milk, Jeanette, which is his brother. So I'd like to thank the whole committee, and I have 7 grandkids, so they'll be able to go and look at the picture on the wall and also let their grandkids see it and their kids. So, and Marty Cherney, Maltese, and Saxon. Where's Mrs. Saxon at? Okay. Every morning he used to come in Hill House. I used to say, oh, hey, Phil Jackson. Oh, I mean, Bert Saxon. He said, well, Phil Jackson was married to a Playboy bunny. So, he always made that joke. So I'd like to thank all my people over in family, Geary, everybody. My best friends, brother, Desi, Alan, Jimbo, all you guys. Can everybody that's with me stand up so I can see who showed up and who did? Stand up. Okay. Got some Hamden in the house. Yeah, I'd like to thank y'all for showing up. And y'all continue to pray for me and pray that God continue to take me down that road. This will be my 4th tour with Cat Williams. So I work with everybody, Patty LaBelle, anybody you name. If you go on my Facebook, they'll understand how I do it. I go in on the weekend, I'll be back at school. This is my 30th year with the Award Education. I won the TAPS Award. And also 18 years with the Yale New Haven Hospital. So I'd like to thank y'all, and everybody just know that when we have family reunion, I want to see all of y'all at the family reunion, because all of y'all are my family now. And please continue to pray for Jim Wolf, because he's a fighter and he's going to get through this, all right? Thank you.
Oh, we got. Take one more, take one.
Thank you so much for making this a special event. We hope you have a safe trip home and enjoy the beautiful weather. Thank you very much again.